Good morning. Or whatever it is, wherever you are. So, the host list here is also very broken. And the question is going to be how much of a pain is the names going to be? I think we'll have enough time to scroll it on. The issue, well, we basically just have to fetch all the names. And then we have to see just how big of a problem that is. I might need a queue of things to fetch, much like the hostable app. Oh, and I have to switch you over to local Twitch API. Which is going to depend on... Did it depend on parser? Either I forgot to take parser out last time, or we're using it for something else. The reactor's fine. Of course, I don't know if I already broke it. Ah, well, yes, that would be the module removed because it doesn't exist anymore. I think I did this slightly gentler bridge over with the other package. Alright, so we had to do... oh, wait a minute. Yeah, TMI.decode. TMI.chat is still technically there. Wait, did I put you into something else? Oh, no, you just went down here. Because we were using it as kind of a third-party library here. Hey! Well, hello! So that was... no. That was as TMI. TMI. TMI.hosting target. I ended up calling this something different, didn't I? Did I just expose it as a host? I mean, hosting target might even be a decent name. That is not what our initial pass was. Alright, probably gonna be working on this for a little bit here. Yeah, we just called it host here. Wait, no, you'd be a Kraken. Probably a Kraken.hosts. Now, that's going to expect to be getting names out, which is a problem. Yep. So, we just do this for now. Which is not going to look good. Okay, so yes, we did kind of interrupt our server, even though it didn't actually... Oh, it did finally exit. Okay, so we're still using the old URL. My host is, when we come back on hosts, yeah. And this is, no, notes. Thank you. Channels. Geruptic all morning. How's it going? Okay, no, still getting. Maybe it didn't wait for the compiler. Maybe it didn't compile. Not compiled. Just didn't wait long enough. I need to bring this up so I can see it. Wait. Why did this one fail cross-origin, and my other app didn't? Oh, because I was just doing HTTP here. So actually, it's not really cross-origin, or maybe, or that's, or I have just they're actually doing that because it's the wrong key or the wrong API format. I don't know. Thinking I might be doing a little bit better this morning, although I'm still a little spacey at times. No, that's test cracking. Nope, not this one. So we had, actually, this is basically the same as Helix. It's just a little bit different. Hosts. Okay, client ID auth. Oh. Oh, you didn't have auth before. Just a string. Let's see, so where did we get this from? Yeah, so this was, all these calls are assuming we definitely do have the auth. That call, it was optional. And, oh. No, yeah, okay, so this had the expect. So the decoder is kraken.hosts. Hosts. URL. Fetch hosts URL of the ID. So that should have all the right headers. Oops. Oh, but now we have to call it this way. How about that? Okay, no. Still doesn't like something. I put it in adjust. Was that passing it maybe? I thought all of those didn't have, Here's just a string. You go straight into auth. Oh, but, and then, oh, maybe I probably didn't change it. Yeah. I actually have to use the right call. Oh, we know Helix is Helix. Oh, did you used to be paginated? Well, okay, so we're doing some Helix stuff with that. That subscriptions, bits leaderboard, follows. Did I copy some of that into my hosts thing? Fetch users. Okay, we do have some user stuff. Fetch self. Fetch streams. Subscriptions, bad body. Well, I don't know which call that's on. Oh no, it's for subscriptions. So maybe this has been a change in Helix. Helix.paginated. All right, so what is... Okay, yes, the host names are messed up. Subscriptions. Did I not get the proper... Because I mean, it's logged in as me. It didn't actually... I probably have authorized it in the past. Response 200, okay. Content length 0. Oh, is this the options? Yeah. 200, okay. Content length. Okay, so there is something here. Maybe they aren't doing... You know what, do we have... Well... There's a pagination cursor. Okay, let's see. How do I get... How do I see what you're getting? Okay, do I have well, that might actually be... We have a chat test here. That might actually be in this. Which is also probably a good time to do a doc check. Channel information. Get broadcaster subscriptions. Oh, well, and then they put in more columns to squish it. Once again. Response fields. Did I define that locally there? Like, I thought I put most things in the, Alright, do you have a decode? No. No, it's a helix.subscriptions. Because it's helix decode. Okay, well, there's our old sample. Which that in some ways actually is better here, because I think they put it below. Oh, no, but this reflowed. Wrong kind of subscription. Yeah. Broadcaster ID. Okay, so we have broadcaster login and broadcaster name. I think the name is the display name. Is gift tier plan name user ID user login username. Okay, so user login is new. I think those are supposed to be entities that just got messed up. Pagination cursor. You know what, do I have a pagination module? No. Did I? Maybe I did a prototype pagination in here. Ah, I did. Oop. For possible later use somewhere. All right, so you think you are getting... You're pulling out field pagination, field cursor, and then whatever else. I don't know if I can really go into JSON value, though, in any useful way. An object with a field named cursor. Oh, am I not going into data? They're not used to wrap data around it? That thing is looking for data. That should be... this is helix decode. Yeah, data. And data should be a peer of pagination. So you do your own little thing, you do your own little thing. The inability to see the raw answer here could be a... Oh. Oh. Did we attempt to go until we got no pagination response? Because we're saying, hey, to continue doing this, go do that. And then it's empty. Subsequent to specify starting point next set of results. If this is empty, you are on the last page. So my initial response is not an empty pagination response, even though we're basically done. It is not an empty, it is an empty object, but our parser does not account for that. Maybe it used to be an empty string and something changed that became an empty object. How are we handling this in the code? or in the thing using it. Cursor. Okay, so we are saying that we have a cursor there. You're a maybe map. Okay, we were also turning aside its empty subscribers. So that would also kind of turn it off. So maybe they used to always be getting it, and now they're actually not. They're actually making it empty if it's the last page, rather than looking at blank data. All right, so my pagination parser, however, has to correctly parse the data in the case that this thing is empty. And we can either do that as a blank string, which is... See, this is a paginated string. Does it have to be paginated maybe string? Which is kind of how we're treating our cursor anyway. And then to correctly parse that, there might be a thing that does a maybe for us. Otherwise, we have to do a kind of one-of setup. Okay, nullable. Well, it's not nullable. There's not... We're actually getting an empty object, it looks like, rather than a null value at the cursor field. Optional fields, maybe field. Field pagination, maybe. There's a cursor there, and then the rest of the code has to be updated to handle cursor as a maybe. Now we're putting a just in here. So this can just go flat. And I think the rest of that should be okay. Okay, it is no longer an error. It is giving us cursor on the first pass. So we can't really use that in a useful way. Now, the documentation says it means it's the last page. So well, it wouldn't hurt to check both conditions. Or okay. So if they don't give us a cursor, don't try to make a cursor call. All right, so that gets rid of all the immediate errors. Now we have the problem that we're printing a bunch of numbers. All right, so do we already have... I thought I had seen some stuff. Yes, there's user. What do we do user for? No, this is only getting a single user. So I think self is this. This user might actually be left over from the version that didn't require a login check. Okay, so that logout doesn't work very well. Oh, I have it in the URL. Yes, there's only a login option here. I'm not sure if I ever do the singular fetch user. Fetch user by name. Current URL. But what is this? This is sending the user. Yeah, this goes back to pre-login times. It's like it could technically activate. I don't know it would be able to do much good. Fetch user by name, fetch self. User ID. Yeah, so that's only that. So if you did stream credits, such and such name, I don't know if it would actually do anything. Because of the authentication changes. Oop, wrong character. Okay, it joins the chat room. Well, I guess right, no, yeah, I didn't even get hosts. It can't make any API calls now. Yeah, this is in the auth block. So if we don't get auth, maybe auth, we can't do anything here. So I probably just need to expire that. Actually, you used to be able to get the hosts without auth, I guess. Although I think that was still in an auth check. You can't get subscribers. You could have it up watching chat events for those things that happen during the stream. But I don't know if, is any of this actually useful? You could pre-fill in login, you could pre-fill in user ID. If we get a user ID and not a login, we do a refresh. User login ID, command none. And we always do a fetch self. Which is going to fill in both of those fields, right? So I guess the test for this would be if we don't redirect to a URL with those fields, does everything just kind of work? Is that actually a view thing? Those are the URL stuff. Authorize URL. Okay, so yeah, this doesn't have any of that pre-built in. These are things we would have to add later. Is that a navigation thing to update the URL? Push URL, model navigation, URL to string URL, that's internal. Navigation.load, push URL, create path. Create query string. Yeah, user ID, logon ID. So if that were to just disappear. Okay, so we actually had some stuff in there. Okay, so some of our internal stuff is actually counting on that as a signal. Ooh. And we're stuck in a loop for some reason. So we still have some dependencies on that. Now we're fetching self. Oh, yep. So we made a provision that you could log in with yours and then get the credits for somebody else. But that would be purely be like kind of a URL thing. And you see, I don't necessarily have, or necessarily the means to look that stuff up. So I create query string, which is actually part of create path. That is from the user lookup. Wait, it's only from the user lookup? So if I just logged in here with that create path, oh, didn't compile. Oh, okay, so it did, somewhere along the line it did do that. So why did it do that? Oh, weird, it has like a lot more history than it should here. A lot more. That's interesting. That might be kind of a minor thing. Or maybe that comes from trying to back. Okay, so that process is resulting in filling that stuff out, which I'm not quite following how that happens. Because I think user only happens from fetch user by name. And that only happens from the URL. Well, that might be an any URL update. But we only set the path. Nothing, just, it requires one of these two things. Can I get details about this? No. Okay, so that's the blank page. We redirected through, got to this, and this already has user ID and login in it. Now, when we clicked on login, that's the authorized URL, but the authorized URL uses the redirect URI, which is an argument, URL for redirect. Query equals nothing, fragment equals nothing, this URL. Okay then. What's going on here? Would URL updates even be in the debugger? And we need to be back here. It's just debug. I guess we always have a timer going? I mean, that most of the time, yes, it would be animating, but it's not useful to be doing right now. Not that this is a very standard case for it. Right, we have two kinds of subscriptions. On resize, visibility, visibility, visibility. Where's our timer? Oh, on animation frame, if visible. What other condition could, well, for what we're doing right now, we just don't want to do that. And then I might want to see if there's a better condition for that in terms of actually needing to be able to do animation. Okay, so we get the current time, we get the window size, we do the self lookup, which doesn't tell us what our URL is. So self, yeah, user ID, nothing. So self does do that. I thought, self did not update. Oh. And then we do all of the user stuff. So none of that user stuff goes away. It's just we also do it in that case. Yeah, I don't really have an interface to pick the target user, even though you could potentially use those fields to say, okay, use this API key, but go look at somebody else. So I think I kind of want to collapse all that stuff into here. And then have user look up for hosts and stuff. You know, we could come up with another name easy enough, but I'm just, what, you know, the fact that we have like, that would give us 3 types of user lookups. But yeah, this is left over from when you didn't have to have an authenticated key. You could just kind of do anonymous access. You could just say, okay, yeah, here, put it in any channel you want, get their credits. That's user by name, which, let's see, they're going to be fetching by ID, so we might not even need that. So this is in our path. So if we stop using these fields, well, this might short circuit some API calls for us. Because we have the access token. This is a refresh auth. Oh no, refresh all data. Yeah, so here's the thing. When we have the auth token and the user ID, we can do all of this stuff. If we only have the auth token, we have to wait for self to come back before we can start fetching everything else. Now, the name lookup is probably kind of, I don't know if I ever actually put the login name on here. model.login. That's checking login, and this is, once again, maybe a little bit of older stuff. Yeah, so that's saying if it's not available. Do we ever use model.login, though? No, we never print that. Do we have to send it to any API calls? Okay, that's just saying update the login if it changed. Oh. Well, we've got the auth key. The auth login might be different. So we're looking at auth login. Join the channel that we were targeting. All right, when I first did this, I didn't even have subscriptions as an option. Once again, no UI for it. What is the permissions on this? Required scope, channel read subscriptions. Yeah, so for this part of it, you can't really fetch anybody else's anyway. We're just storing it, checking for changes. Auth login. Oh, auth login will appear here. Yeah. So there's that. And that is always going to get fetched. All right, so the user ID thing is basically to allow us to start our API requests sooner. That's just a path update. No. This is telling us which channel to... So maybe that should kind of be model.login then. Since they're not necessarily going to be separate. But this is telling us which channel to join for the chat. So I missed that one before. Well, that is a maybe, and auth login is also a maybe? Is also a maybe. So that update will, when we get a name, it'll use a name. So do we convert it over so we just store a login? Or do we call it, well, auth login might not be bad. It is a small semantic change here. And then we're always going to join the channel of the authenticated. And we lost a significant character somewhere. Because of the first one, syntax is different. All right, so if we go back to blank page, we should only do user ID. And we've still got that. And nothing is complaining about that stuff. And oh, we have our animation forcibly off. What would not forcibly off be? We've got 2 subscriptions going around here. Can I get whole word subscriptions? Well, kinda. So the condition in which, what does our view say about that? If user ID equals nothing, display login, else we're doing like window height stuff. So user ID equals nothing is kind of our condition for that. And is it not equal? Let's go back here. Oh, nope, nope. All right, so history is not going crazy. And now we have animation frames. Okay. No, I want you. All right, so that is, well, we have it on a new API. We fixed up the pagination issue. Maybe could have done some checkpoints in there. Notice how long, well, I guess the pagination only broke on things where there were no entries. So that's why things didn't appear to break. Let's see. Do we have a reason? There is no more call for fetch user by name. There might still be a call for fetch user by name. Yes, if the login was in here, which that never happens anymore. Oh, we never actually removed the field. And then we should have an init somewhere near here. Oh, there's log out. There's a full reinit. All right. Still need names, fix pagination, and remove login parameter. Oh, did I? Yeah, I would have had to remove it from the path query stuff. Yep, user ID. Now, you have to fetch all of those names. So I might want to borrow some code for that. Because I think this also has to fetch a bunch of names. Which got to be a rather complicated process, unfortunately. So this is probably users. Capital users, please. Yeah, fetch next batch. What triggers this off? Fetch users by ID, fetch users by login. Fetch channel. Fetch users by ID. String.join. So by ID in this application is a user update. Add users. Only new both, only old. Man, dict.merge is a lot of our arguments. Oh, what to do with the things in each set. Only new, only old. We just insert. Otherwise, we keep some persistent data and we update the display name. It is updating fields in the old record. We don't need to do as much here. We're not keeping data about any of the users. I think the things that are going to be more interesting here are how we're handling some of the queuing of these calls other than what we do with the results. Although we do have to avoid duplication. Well, duplication would only be an issue if we do refreshes, which I think I saw it doing some refreshes, perhaps a little bit too often. Although this probably has the when gains focus thing for when we change into the OBS tab. They don't really have easy timestamps on them. Yeah, so I've only done one update here as it's been sitting here. So well, some of this might be on demand. Some of this, I know there's an import process, which we probably go look stuff up. Fetch users by ID. So that's a singular. Oh, I only use that in singular here. So this might actually be based around login name queries. Fetch next user batch. This might have actually been for updating name-based lists. But that is username lookup. Fetch next user batch. Pending user streams. We should have like a pending users. Well, I guess fetch next. No, that he executes on the batch. Users, add users, import user, users, model.users. Okay, so yeah, this is once again fetch next batch. Pending users, where do we get that from? Yeah, it's once again singular. We'll just have a queue there in case we need it, I guess. Okay, so I think that the structure of this has changed over times. This still gives us some ideas about how we've handled queuing up stuff in the past. Now, the request limit on subscriptions, required optional, after maximum number of objects to return. Are we even specifying that? Yeah, first 100. So actually, if we do a user call in response to a... No, it's not subscriptions. Okay, so the Kraken host is undocumented. There was no indication of a pagination cursor, though. So, yeah, I don't know how many it can return. I could look at the other Kraken APIs. See how they tended to handle things? So a channels, get channel. Well, there's followers. Maximum number, default 25, maximum 100. There's a cursor parameter. This must be documented at the top level somewhere. When fetching multiple items, there are two different mechanisms on the page, the offset and cursor. Oh, for some endpoints, for other endpoints, well, we don't see a cursor in our response. You set a limit, set an offset to 0, add the limit value to the offset value. Oh, maybe that's why I did the is blank check. It used to be that way. Okay, so, but the batch size of 100 is the same. So we should be able to go from host batch to user batch without as much complicated queuing. Oh, you know what I probably didn't remove? Fetch user by name. We took out the call from that. We don't need you anymore? I might want to convert you into a fetch users by ID. which... Oh, interesting. I reversed auth on this one. Huh. It is always a inconvenient choice. Okay, user update doesn't feel like quite the right name for this. It's mainly going to be usernames. And did I have the... Okay, I did have the HTTP response system here. The problem here is I have not yet sort of digested that user update into self. Because that could have actually gone away before. We're going to do almost the same thing in a little bit here, but... All right, so self, one user in all their cases, blah. And you actually have a little bit of some of that stuff. So we have to kind of digest how these go together. So you are setting, you're the only real difference. All right, we did not clean up our user cases. All right, so we have two cases to worry about. One is we already had our auth and we refresh. And the other is we were at the login screen. Okay, seems to be fine. So self follows, host is right there. It is indeed a list of user. Fetch self. This is gonna be a little bit different because we are in fact going to get a users list. I guess we're gonna have to check the if it's just empty. I guess we could do that. But would we not find any in this case? So I'm not sure how informative that is. What do we want to do with you? We are not going to send any further commands from this. So I don't think I need to do the whole Model 2 rigmarole. I do have to figure out how we're storing this. Which I maybe could have done that part first. All right, so it's not going to be that, it's not going to be that, it's not going to be that. It's going to be something like, well, we had hosts with user ID and display name, and I really only needed display names for this app. This isn't even going to be valid syntax. Yeah, see, now see, you're a list host. Ah, we do actually use that information. Now, we don't use it in a way that is bound to the username. So we could just have a list of IDs and a list of names. But I guess at the model level, it's a little bit nicer to have, okay, here's your raids, here's your hosts. It's going to be a little bit messier on the data maintenance side for us. So we've got hosts. We've been putting dummy data in there. So when we get usernames, we have to say that our hosts... This is an n-squared mapping, isn't it? I don't know if it's worth building a dictionary just for this, though. What do we have for list methods? That might be a fold. See, that's a value. This would be more of a detect. Any product... sort... So I guess the list we're updating could be a map. We go through each entry and then try to find a match for it. That's when we're going to be updating. So you are going to be a host, which is going to be a... I guess host ID is the only field we care about because we're trying to update it. Except that we have to return the thing unmodified if it doesn't match. So for each of those, we want to go through and see if it has a match in the other one. Keep elements to satisfy. We might be able to say our initial value of a fold is the current record. And then if the ID matches, then we create the new record with the name in it. And the result of that will either be the old record or the updated record. All right, I did a little break though. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Little bit here.
Is a thing that allows you to convert polluted water into regular water. So this big pool of pea water basically is what we use for the main water of our base when necessary. We do have 3 coal generators here as backups. We're only down to 9 tons of coal. I actually didn't have a natural gas geyser that I could find on this map. I explored the whole map like crazy, desperately looking for a natural gas geyser. Never found, not even.
Jump! Woo! Jump! Jump! This is great! It's jump rope! Yeah!
I don't even know what we're doing. But if you think it's fun, I'll just humor you.
Face hurt. Guys, I got to give a shout out. Man, if my fingers would just work right now. Shout out. I am just like so wow. If you guys, oh gosh, that doesn't work. Don't know who Milton T. Pike is, please go over and check him out. He is hilarious. You will instantly fall in love and be inspired. All streamers should just so wish to be like that. He is just so, I mean.
And we're back. So, we want to do list not fold all. So this takes the function to be determined, the initial value, and then the list, which is going to be the list of users. And then that will be that, except that we're actually going to put a whole entire other function in here. Which is where maybe a letter pulling out the function could be nice. You are going to get you are an ABB. So that's going to be a user. Now we've got 2 copies of the same name. Which, since we're in, well, no, because it's the value flowing through. What would we call this, like the accumulator? And it returns the other thing. So if is it just user.id? Is equal to host dot. Is it user ID? We definitely have a user ID in here somewhere. Then we would. This is getting kind of hard to read. Well, let's see. And host is just a record. They're the same. Oh no, not host ID. And we're only checking for one host, so it kind of could be. User display name. Okay, so no, maybe it's host ID. Yeah, host display name. Is it username? Now this is right now direct from here. No, that's hostable. No, that's decode. Oh, I put it in the same place. ID login display name. Else, it's just as you were. Yeah. All right, we might actually want that for tracking purposes. And hopefully there's not enough of these to be a real problem. Now, we've not triggered a call to this yet. We're just trying to get data structures in place so we can. Oh, it's still users. Oh, we did a user ID here somewhere. Okay, yes, you host ID. Okay, that'll compile. Now, every time we get a hosts batch, we've been doing command none. We need to do that could possibly be usernames. This dot map to dot host ID out of is this the same field? It is. I was just pulling a subset out of it. Oh, you need the auth, that's right. Which means we have to check for auth. Oh, I wonder if that's why I was reversing it in the other one, so I could do it as a maybe map. Because I commented it out because we couldn't use it yet, and that message didn't exist. Which that message, does that message still not exist? No, it does. Now, there was a little hitch there. I don't think I try to put it off until it shows up, but that's names. Maybe it was a layout hitch as it kind of got to that section. All right, so since that one has to fetch all of the names, it ended up being in some ways simpler. And because we don't have to worry about displaying right away. It's just like, well, if we're going to get the host, we're going to get the entire list. So that's enough to kind of get us back where we were. I think there's still some library stuff I want to do, but it doesn't like directly impact the structure of the applications. It's more how we interpret the API responses. So that's the kind of simplicity of update that I was hoping for both of these. The Clips application has proved to have a structure that was much more dependent on having the name up front. All right, so we need to, let's see, what are we doing with that? We need to switch back to the Clips app. I got something that kind of worked. Oh, I had not integrated fetching the names from the clips, which was a new field. Well, that has several implications. Because we were caching the data there, so that's going to impact our data cache, and we have to handle it not being there in the old cache values. We have to handle names for people that do not have clips, which maybe I just fetch names for everybody and hope that Twitch gets a new Helix Hosts API that has the names included. It'd definitely be a simpler program structure. Now that might need some sort of known names, unknown names thing. What do we say our subject is now? Life without free usernames. I don't know. Now, maybe that's not right, because maybe we do want to do the Twitch library stuff first. Well, either way we can get it. It's a slight difference in how we decode things. Now, you're going to have different arguments, though. Oh, and you need to be... Okay. When I do that, what was the other argument we do all the time? Just to cut down calls during dev. Host limit. Okay. So we got this to work. I think we might still have a moment of number right now. So, so this, that's current URL. We actually do display the logon name here. And this doesn't necessarily rely on any broadcaster-specific data. I still don't think there's any UI for picking somebody else. Okay, so this right now is only used for self. Do I even... No, I did get names. We've done something for this, right? Kraken.host. Yeah, we added broadcaster. And that one we actually wanted to do as dictionary because we were building it as just a name lookup. And fetch broadcaster by ID, request name. So right now we do this. Okay. At runtime, we do only fetch as necessary. We don't have a cache of this. And right now, we always fetch it, but if we had an actual clip, we could probably fill in that dictionary ahead of time. Or am I actually able to check that? Okay, this is set of things. This isn't making any distinction based on what we had. So I'm going to need some place to, I'm definitely going to need some place to store names of people who don't have it in the clips. When we get to pulling stuff out of the clips, maybe that's where we start working on some library stuff. So persist right now has all of those fields. See, this is going to be POSIX list clip. See, that could have just almost as easily been like user info. If we built up the structure more. And one of the complications is usernames do change occasionally. So I kind of need a timestamp in there. And let's see, are we storing that directly in the model? Yeah, we're basically just storing that directly in the model. Loaded dict.get, dict.get, dict.insert. So having the timestamp in there will complicate lookup a little bit. I guess it's not going to be any worse than these. Let's clip cache. We had broadcaster names. User display names. Okay, dict.insert. Getting the timestamp for that be a little bit of pain. No, we keep a model.time here, I think. Dict.get, nothing just. Okay, so you are, well, yeah, this could be empty. You are, that would be just time name. Yeah, you do a direct dict.get. So we'd have to do something for you. A display name for ID. You see, I made a function for this. Oh, but this is doing all the HTML stuff. This is not. Oh, right, we didn't type because that took the entire model. If this just takes the list, then we'll have to update updates when we have timestamps. Dict from a user ID to I was just doing with default. Actually, I probably didn't make a function out of this just because it was relatively straightforward. Does that compile? I probably haven't brought in dict here. But we never typed it. It's not model. Nope, not that one. Oh, and you're a clip. That is different than this argument order. Depends on which one you're trying to roll through, I guess. Whereas now we have to say model.user display names. I'm going to say display names twice. And that, well, we still want one here. Not username for ID. All right, that compiles. So if our model and I could see having a much longer expiration on this. I mean, actually, the 48 hours might even be a little bit short for you. Probably wanted to like get any like recent highlights though. All right, so that's going to mess everything up. Dict.insert. I'm assuming we have model.time. Get nothing, just, well, here we're ignoring it, so that's fine. All right, so that's you. We still got our view. Will that change the type of this? Which actually we don't care in this case. Yeah, you see we can't just do this singular maybe here. We might be able to flip this around. Tuple.second? And then you don't have time. Expects AB. Oh, it's still a maybe, so we have to do a maybe map on that. So we've still got, we've still got other display name for ID. And this was in this format. We have to do something more specific in the other case. All right, so that satisfies it type-wise. That means we could start caching those, perhaps. Now, that does match our model. Durations. Yeah, no, that's a dict versus a list. There's some differences. This is probably the same though. Oh, you don't have the user ID type. Does Vue import this? It does. That would not be a bad place to have that. Thing's going to be broken for a little bit. Persist. Oh, we put in a capital somewhere in the view. And then a not capital. Oh, that's import from the main. And you should be using these. So exclusions is clip ID. Durations is clip ID. Oh, no, this is a user ID. A clip via clip ID. Broadcaster ID. And we would also expect to be using those in encode and decode. Clip cache is going to be a user ID. And dict, user ID. Oh, you have to import... I guess, do we only use user ID here? Nope, it was user ID. Oh, yeah, because you just did string of that, so it didn't have to do any type aliasing. All right, so the persist type has a name cache. We have to deal with that everywhere we deal with that type. So encode, I think, might be able to just ignore it for now. Decode has to at least put nothing there. And this is a thing that never existed at one time. So it's going to... I mean, I guess we can kind of start to put stuff in here. Except I don't have a decoder for it yet. Now, hosting clips also has to prepare an instance of this. Yes. So you would have to put in a dict.empty. Although I think we've actually got a value we can put in here. Is this an issue? No, this is in code. Oh, no, in fact, this was doing this entire value. So we need to put you up here. No, down here. Okay. Now, I think we actually have... user display names, a compatible value here. Yes. So we need to, encode could just ignore it. I guess we should do decode first, make sure it handles the empty value. Let's see, so clip, or in this case, just a string, it's not a complicated object. Tuple.pair, time, clips, List of clip, list of string. POSIX. Oh, it's not a list. Oh, I'm still debug outing something here. Okay. This is only on the load side. We had no errors, which is good. And then we have to make sure to save this when updating it. So, name cache. Dict user ID to string. Yep, backfill. Let's see. To list. Oh, right, because we encode it as a list of tuple of a structure. Okay. List.map time name ID time name string name we left clip cache somewhere. Here. All right. Now it won't. Well, it won't necessarily do a persist regardless. So when we get that broadcast, was it just broadcaster? Yes. That does not do a persist. So was this a save or a persist as a... as an operation? I want capital clips, thank you. Save state with a revised model. I don't think I have any shortcuts for that. I know we do have persist of model if you're not doing any other commands. Which we're not. And there's our debug. Which I guess that's a quick way to know if we're making the call. Now, I'm not using the timestamp at all now. All right, at that point, let's see, where is it these days? Application? No. Not inspector. Memory? No. No. Storage. Duh. Cookies, local storage. Exclusions, durations, name cache. We have an entry. Now, what do we do to refresh these? When we getting hosts, we partition that into new and cached. So when we're seeing if we need to fetch a name, and actually this is a thing we've been so far fetching on a case-by-case basis, which, you know what, this is hosts. But when we get clips, we'll eventually have a better way to do that. So that's already got a thing called new and cached. Pen requests. And eventually we do want to know if we got clips for this. Fetch broadcaster by ID. So right now, we are at the moment backfilling these for clips as well. And we have just been ignoring the time. I mean, that's 48 hours. That should be enough to catch up. It could almost be 30 days on these, really. So just time, blah, 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 blah. And this is just partitioning that list. Hopefully we could eventually get rid of this double case here. We do have a model. Now, this is going to be an if. All right, so if the time stored is less than is older than 30 days ago, then we do something. But we had a clip for the broadcaster ID here. But you have this thanks user ID, so that has that. We forgot our then. Now to see if this actually triggered. Well, we should have them cached by now. Oh, we don't print anything out here. Oh, I don't deal with loaded event here. Resolve loaded. As this is a events consequent of that. User display names. I have a variable for this. Self clip count, other clip count. Would that be a no clip cycle time? Okay, we did not request a name. Now, if name cache time was 1 second, oh, this is a clip, so it's going to depend on the length of the clip. Oh, and there's the request. Okay. A little bit slow, but that might be a request limit thing. This, once again, used to be an app that could operate in unauth mode. So I might have to review my auth API limit, because I think everything is going to have every request is going to have an auth. In fact, all the Helix calls, you can't make them without it because it's required. We're making one Kraken call, but it's going to end up being under the same circumstances. So that might be under, well, I closed the app. Do you have, okay, you have a request limit. You have an unauth request limit and an authenticated request limit. Request rate. Do you ever, well, we do a model auth check. That is, we do have a next request system here, right? That's one thing that worked out fairly well. So just request rate times. Let's doing it slightly different. Yeah, is this wrong? And then just request rate has been defined to be that. Yeah, this is a little bit of a leftover, I think, because we're just not going to make any requests without having auth now. So we should generally see those going a lot faster. All right, so that accomplished the name-only cache. Cache of name only. So as we go into dealing with more fields from here, I might want to start thinking about how we actually want our Twitch library to work here. So that's hosting clips, that is that library. Unfortunately, we've got a whole lot of things here, not all of which we're using in all of these apps. And the problem is that we decode everything out of this, even though I'm not necessarily using most of these fields. So I think a better way to do this would be to have sort of like a whole bunch of decoder helper methods that get the right field name and get the right type. And then you can kind of build up your own decoder that does just what you need. We do have this data thing. That you'd have to be concerned about. How do we handle that if it's just a bunch of decoders? I guess you just know that. Or we have some sort of little helper that does just that and says, okay, almost everything is going to be a list of something. So I kind of want to be able to say things like, well, for convenience. I was thinking I could do like, clip.broadcaster ID. One thing I'm not sure of is there going to be consistent usage of, well, I guess ID is going to mean different things in different contexts. I mean, all the code is string. But if we want to like kind of use aliases for like clip ID and user ID. I might, however, have a library of the really common things. Well, there's going to be the type decoders. Like we decode a ID as a string. We decoded it. I guess you could use like display name, login name. Yeah. So there's the type aliases, and maybe some of that could go in plain old Helix. This has just been kind of a helper. And one of the things I've been doing is just making it Helix dot. So we do the decode as Helix, and that's just one namespace. It's in one module. We should, kind of immediately get a warning if there's an issue there. That's going to change up our documentation situation a bit if we start doing a bunch of stuff here. Redesigning. Twitch library. Oops. Oh, that is decode. We think that could be a convenient place to do stuff. So this was up. Oh. This is decoders because it imports decode stuff. So this might end up being like decode, blah, 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 blah. And the question is, so currently have all of this stuff here. Parser.run, parse is a submodule. We've got duration and timestamp in here. So we're going to have to see what kind of name collisions we get. Let's guess we're not comparing these anymore. Adding like common field names. Oh, these were private methods before. Okay, so first of all, these have to be things that we can... If we're going to do namespace things, we have to be able to expose those. Because they're going to need to import from the own module. Oh, I'm probably not watching that directory. You know what? We can go back to... Do I maybe need to move over... I might need to move over our test suite first. Because Elm test is set up to be a command line thing. I do kind of like the thing where it's kind of just an Elm app. I had the NPM library, but you could still use it in a browser. So we should have that already installed. Yeah, so actually that's even a different directory. We're in here right now. We do have a program. And tests? Huh. Maybe that's some kind of compatibility thing. So we're also going to need some imports to make this work. And I guess having tests and tests will help break down what's for what. In a tests directory, so it's looking for something in the tests directory. Ah, okay, you have an init command. Oh, right, we have to install a library. We do that. This is that, which I just don't want to get confused. Hosting clips, or maybe it wasn't. On Twitch API. It had to get added to here. Maybe the test subdirectory had. Yeah, it had the other testing library. Okay. And you probably gave us like tests example, which gives us our structure. So what we're going to want to do is move things over. What do we got here? Test Kraken is pretty simple. I don't want to move the files over just yet because they're going to require a lot of surgery. All right, so you were a full-fledged, well, you had import only, interestingly enough. So you need to be, and you're probably going to have name collisions. So actually, I also have to do some other things to this. Yep. Where am I? Oh, no, the eUnit thing was once again another project. And actually, we want to do this. Example. So you now have to be a module. We need test library stuff, which is going to take over from this, basically. I guess you should kind of be at, well, module under test, test libraries, other libraries. Yeah, okay, you were dealing with that. Correct, because the library couldn't be published with the debug.to string. Elm test got special treatment, so we don't need a main. We have a... It's probably looking for a name named suite. Maybe it runs all top named things. And do what... This is not a very complete example. So you have describe, you have test, but you have closures. Oh, I guess we have to go back down for this. All right. So describe is fine. It's test. What did I do indent-wise elsewhere? What was I think the map had some of these. Yeah, we just booted this thing out. Nobody likes you. Go away. Now, the types of this stuff might change. No, it's on Twitch API. Is this still getting confused by the test directory? Yep. The exposed, oh, yeah, that's actually a point. That is going to become Kraken and Kraken. Interesting that it's checking that ahead of publishing. Now, this is only a test dependency. I guess maybe I can move it down. See, why is it a test dependency? Oh, maybe the old thing needed that. Okay, so JSON decode we're using. This might have been from the old library. Yeah, so we've got some differences in expectations. This was something we copied, or we're using a different suite somewhere. Expectation, expect.expectation. Oh, maybe the test, expect. Exposing expectation. Oh, that's a thing. Oh, right, we copied this stuff over in the other stuff. The other thing. So you are what we exposed expectation. Is true, which was something we were importing from the other one. So what's your equivalent? True and false. Oh, right, we did not globally import that. So the syntax is expect.true. Case expression produces bool, but true needs the argument. Oh, right, you expect to have a comment. Because one to-do remaining. Oh, in the example file that we don't need. Okay, that's one down. Twitch is probably really Helix. Right, we have not refreshed. Twitch.helix.decode. Which could get interesting as we start trying to rename things here. Also, no, monitor. You don't have a monitor. Do you even have a bin? You don't have a bin. So I guess the test kind of would be your monitor. Well, it should probably still be called test. Excuse me, sir? Why are you going down here? Of course, now I need to go to my other project to get an example of how a convenient example of how we're doing everything. Oh, look, you had a test too. I don't know which test library you were using. Keeps moving me down here. Watch, test, source, tests. Yep, we put a new module, have not done anything to it. Okay, Alright, so this is the stuff that goes away. We don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. So we had Kraken decode test. Oh, we're not going to be doing any fuzzing. Sweet test. All the tests need this stuff to make allowance for the fuzz testing. The codes should copy right over. It becomes test. He looks the code test, you look at the code test. Kraken test, and the code tests. Wait, what did I change over here? Oh, I removed fuzz. Alright, the codes print out a lot of stuff. In the old thing I was doing this, I had the summary of it, and then the debug log was going elsewhere because it was a browser test. I might, in fact, be interested in some of these values here, but we're going to be looking at them maybe one at a time. Helix decode test. Okay, that is back to a summary. Although I guess there's really not any per test summary. So maybe test run past is sufficient. Wait, why? All right. Oh, you need to be renamed. All right, so we need module parser test. Although I guess it was, the test was parser before. Switch.parse, this stuff all goes away, HTML goes away, and that goes away. This is now our testing invocation. I might even still have this. Nope, I need it to be in there. And backslash underscore. This does not do the decoder thing. We've got we've got some is trues. Oop. Is true is an expect.true with a comment. Expect.true. Test case. Oh, and we've gotten an equal in here too. Which is going to become you probably require a comment too, don't you? You do not. No, expect.true. You know what? This is basically just saying fail. Oh. Well, no, this is doing an equal if it's okay. So it's not, that's not just it. pass and fail. Wait, non-fail? Replace its failure message. Oh. So this should really just be expect.fail. Now, expect.fail required a reason, right? Right. Now it's a string, and that's an error. Once upon a time, extracted a bunch of code that I was using for all of my little Twitch interface things. And I've had other thoughts about how to design that. Right now, I'm just porting over all the tests that I had over to a more popular test framework, so they can kind of use that for stuff going forward. All right, and our other is expect.true true. So this is another, yeah, this is basically expect. What is it? Expect.fast, expect.fail. It's kind of an efficiency thing. I followed on the kind of API libraries that I was familiar with in Ruby and whatnot, where they just kind of give you a call that just does everything. But I found that what I was almost always doing was taking that everything and pulling out just the bits I needed. So I want to see if I can make the library interface more, here's all the fields, you can use this to pull out the bits you need. And then you don't have to do that sort of separate translation step. Now, you specify the decoder, which kind of fits in the same place, but you don't end up decoding a bunch of fields you don't care about. And occasionally, the upstream API changes something in a field you don't care about, and then that breaks your parse, so that's no fun. Error, fail. Huh. Could I just use the... Yeah, I mean, I've not necessarily published the stuff I'm working on right now, and certainly the credit fix I've done earlier I have to publish somewhere. And then when I rewrite the library, those things will get updated and built. Yep. Built against the new version with a few less parses. A few less fields extracted. So pass failed. Wasn't there some sort of just take a... It's collection. Wait. Passes at the result. Or you expect to not see an error, but you don't care what the actual result is. Yes, okay, that's actually about what we're doing here. Is that what we're doing here? Parser.run. Actually, but I'm doing equal checks in this case. So we do have to do something. And I might be able to do like a result map in that case. Oh, this is doing dead ends to string. I don't know if the library could do that. Do you have a comment? You have an A and a B. No, it's result AB. All right, so first of all, we haven't finished porting this thing yet. I probably should have done that first. But I was trying to avoid porting all of these things. No, actually we wanted the 2. All right, I think we're done with comparison stuff here. Fail, expect dot. Yeah, you need a dot, sir. Run function expects 2 arguments, but it got 3 instead. That is indeed duration. It was error, show it. Expect true, true, otherwise expect true, false. Run function expects 2 arguments. Oh, so we used to have, actually this is just probably this. Okay, so that did stringify it, but it's saying expect okay. Oh no, this is saying expect true, true. Okay, so this one actually, unless we could say, passes if the result is an error. Okay, so we're actually saying expect error. Now, I was printing the error in this case. That's another case where I might have to add something if I ever have to go back to that. Ignores invalid input. So this is saying if it's an error, then we failed. See, this is just different input, so this is actually easier. I do want to keep these around until I've guaranteed that they're replaced properly. And this is another, yeah, we're flipping the condition. Oh, this, well, actually, you were, okay. The old library did not have an issue with duplicate names. This one does. Let's see. Ignores trailing unknown character. Ignores valid character with no numbers. Ignores missing minutes. Three hours, 39 seconds. Now, maybe ignores is the wrong word here, but does not give you an incorrect answer. And parser int, we do use. So I think the only thing we could say expect dot equal okay. Because the only thing we're really doing here is that we are printing out the error if this fails. All right, this is done. So that was porting the tests. I should probably just move these windows over for now. So I'm not using this. In fact, this thing is probably making some background API requests. That was the source control for that. Well, as I start using things, I guess I'll end up in both of them. Okay, I think we're all good here. Modified doesn't even. It saw one renamed. The rest were enough. It saw them as deleted or added. Thinking about how much longer I want to go and if I have anything else to do today. That I need to be concerned about. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. I may keep going for a little while here. But I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, okay, so yeah, I guess the gravity's getting a little bit weird. Maybe I need the trailer for stability.
Or I don't know, maybe it's time to like just bring a habitat and stuff down here.
Well, I did a habitat up there, and I just wanted to get the...
I am just seeing
trailer.
that trailer doing barrel rolls.
Hey, you go into that. Hey, no, not you.
Cookie Monster loves to eat cookies if we're going there. I would say you would hoard them, but you can't really hoard something that you just hoard in your mouth. Right? Because then technically it's gone. Or it's been transformed. So basically cookies are life.
That's not very natural. But whatever. That's a big tree, Jesus. Put that in the back. Oh, it's a little better. What? Why didn't that accept? Oh, shoot. Duplicated. Down. There we go.
We got 2 people recently chatting all together. Oh, I guess we can count Lord still, but like, it's cutting short. Don't you dare. That is my fireball. You suck! You suck! You suck! Someone clip that. I'm gonna report him for attempted team grief. Not to mention hitting my fireball. Hi, Lysium. Lysium says hi. She's probably saying that to the chat. So, whatever. Ah!
East one. Ah. There we go. Southgate. Oh my god. No! I legit just blew up my ship. Wow, that's really disappointing.
Damn.
Ouchie! It hurts so bad in my butt. Only 2001, yo. I lied, 2010. Nope. That's not it. Ah, that was Herdium. I don't want that either. I'm literally looking for a specific thing, and I'm not gonna find it.
Oh, jeez. It's still exploding. I'm sorry, but you're past rest. That means your health is still regenerating. That was a heck of a trap. I did not know that. Like, I have never actually come in here. That was crazy. I just turn around and there's nothing but like grenade markers across my screen. I'm like, oh shoot. That was not good. You blew up like half the parking lot.
Welcome back. Alright, so that gives us a baseline of a test thing that can just be kind of sitting here and running. I guess technically this is a crack and decode test as well. Yeah. You gonna notice that? Right, because now the name is wrong. And your formatting is all messed up too. What? I guess I somehow deleted it after adding it. And before committing. Okay. So this is going to be Helix decoding for the most part. I guess Kraken stuff might want to follow. I wasn't thinking about that was implementing it. Because it's only a 2-field thing. So it's, Then again, I guess you kind of know one side of the host. So this is testing by kind of doing everything and seeing if there's any errors. For detailed fields, well, I guess we'd still be using the sample, we'd just be looking more in detail at the individual bits. The browser probably had better debug prints too. Do you even support browser tests? Oh, okay, so that is potentially an all. Oh, it has been depreciated. But it's still in the README. So our immediate interest is updating field and clips. And there are other things where we're probably barely using any fields. I guess a good example of this would be like, we fetch a user and we just want their name, or we had the name, we just want the ID, or maybe we need both. Although what we're looking at changing at the moment is indeed the clips. Now, what we have to deal with is, what do we do about that data? Now, in an application, you would say, okay, here's my clip decoder. Do I want to provide something in the library that deals with the data part? It's going to be, it's a kind of a feature of the API itself. It's kind of trivial. I was starting to think about exposing these things and testing these things, which are then going to need documentation. Now you're actually... Okay, the pars defines the parser. Decode a duration value of the form 1 hour. Actually, I don't remember if they did zeros for minutes. 23 minutes and 45 seconds. I'm gonna have to do a lot of documentation work into this. Because that also has to be listed in the index. All right, Helix decode test. So we're probably going to want a group for this. Describe full records, and I have to decide if I even want to keep these around. There's certainly if I move the full decoders over to my partial decoders, then it will be a way to test everything. There's that. All right, so we've got type decoders. Decode duration. Now these things are more that they have a value. So this is going to be more of a expect.equal. And what is your preferred actual? They don't seem to express a preference. I might want to borrow something from the parser test. So this is actually testing the int parser to say why we needed to do this. 11 hours. We were doing some complicated stuff. Now, what is duration here? Is duration from twitch.parse. So we want the duration from, I guess we've imported that library. So we do need to do a little bit of this stuff. Just decode string, duration. Actually, I probably need to do this. Oh, wait. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Oh, we do import very specific things. Which... it's .helix.decode. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that. It might get awkward. But I got 3 instead. Oh, yeah. Not using you anymore. Okay. So this is a JSON decoder. I think a bare string is acceptable. Of course, I'd have to actually say string then. Oh, yeah, because it's a string. Now this is just a reference to their library. I'm not sure that that's super useful. other than the fact that we exposed it. Oh, and there's the OAuth token. Maybe that's not useful to have in parts. Okay, so we've got duration timestamp. So debating if I want to put these in different modules for like the basic decoders versus the field decoders. Like, is duration? Yeah, and I see duration is a video field too. So that would be a name collision. Well, I guess we're looking at types. So you import HTTP if we only use Helix decode. We don't import HTTP. So I'm not sure I want to use Helix Plain as the the holder of like generic types and things, which means that maybe this stuff should actually move, which is going to be even more disruptions. So would this be like Helix request? Admittedly, Helix sounds kind of nice, although an individual user could probably still collapse these down, as I tend to do. I think I might want Helix module to be like, you know, type alias for user ID, for clip ID. All those kinds of things. This might be a case where it'd be useful to write out what you want the user experience to be like. So there's how to fetch. Yeah. We don't really have anything in here. So do we shut down? There's host a ball, which I mean would have some stuff in it. You were No, you were in the map. What do you do? My host. Yeah, so you actually didn't do a host or a user pull down. Helix.bits leader. Follow. Follows are pretty basic though, I think. My subscription. How much is in the base field there? Or we actually do go back to a different app. Hostable. Do we have a my user? No. We've got a self. We might just take the Twitch value. Yeah, helix.user. And sort of pull some individual fields out. Which, I guess from a user experience side, that means you actually didn't have to write some kind of decoder. But I had the precursor to the Twitch library off to the side that was doing that. Yeah, like we're using user.login. That's the only field. I guess one way to deal with the data issue is to have each individual decoder go through data. Maybe that's slightly inefficient, but I doubt we're going to be dealing with it in that kind of bulk to worry about it. Oh, but it's a list of items. Yeah. So if we only cared about the user, we would have something like, well, we have other examples. So we've got things like this. How much is in decode? It's actually not that much. We are using a subset of it, though. Along with some additional processing of that. So tier is just a string here. So what would a user want to look like? We would have I don't know if this is quite the right name of it. So that's converting to one to other. This is a decoder. So this is going to be a decoder of... Make it clear it's a user field. So the fully qualified name and what I'm contemplating is that we have like subscription. So we have access to all of the fields. Well, do I do something like object? That's like for each one. I don't think I'm necessarily going to be able to, like in my app, we just did everything down to Helix, and it would have to be like helix.subscription or something. So we want to get down to things like helix.subscription.userid. And in a normal decoder thing, it would be, JSON.decode.object, you know, my subscription is all of these things. So user ID, display name, this is a months equals 0. I guess having that construct a record is kind of nice. This puts us back to positional arguments, but that's kind of standard for decoders. So would this be like, so it's a, I think everything I've dealt with has been a list in data. So we would have to be able to translate that into field data. Oh, okay, I was doing pipeline style. All right, so this would have to be a 4. So for me, and maybe we could set this up pipeline style. So it'd actually be something like that. Although if we had a parser for a single item, then it wouldn't matter which style I did it in. Let's see, and the type would be it's equal, open bracket. So this would be a user ID, and we would have somehow a user ID. Play name. I don't know if there's any reason to type that. Like I have a months. And points is actually something else. It looks like tier is just a string so far. I don't know if it's worth aliasing that. So that's really the only translated field, or aliased field. Although if we ever started using it a different way, then you'd still have to change how you're using it. Having that type there would just be convenient if it ever changed. Now, I guess I could actually define my functions to assume a pipeline style. Well, maybe not. I might only be able to do this much. And it would just be pipeline through. Because I think that's actually an operator that's kind of juggling some stuff around. And then I see you actually don't have like object or anything. Well, is object an encoder thing? So it would need to be able to write the function. I just said, yeah, we're going to do a helix something here. And I'm not sure if it's worth doing this, because underlying it's just helix, it's just data. Maybe as a sort of hedge against future changes, we could... Oh, now you see, this is a singular. This is indeed a list of things. So, well, okay, so this is a singular. Yeah, so you're a list.map over the results. Now, what we want to provide is basically the decoder for one entry. So it would be helix data. And if this is just it'd be one thing, maybe this would just be JSON decode succeed. And then we have a like helix dot could data just be a decoder of blank given a blank? And is it is it good to have a single thing even though the implementation is going to be all the same? Or do we have like helix.subscription? I almost want to go back to the individual apps. Well, and sort of do a pure in-app prototype. Because I'm like trying to jump directly to the generic version here and modify the core library. Of course, I'm going to want some way to test this. Well, what I have been doing is I went through here. I exposed a couple of fields for common things. So if we need that. So we've got clips. And then the durations we were kind of getting it through a roundabout way. Yeah, so this is like many more fields than we were using in that app. So maybe we need to switch you over and think about this in something more like this kind of isolated case. So cases where we're going to be dealing with these types of things are going to be the result of calls. Follows. From ID to a name followed at. We are only using a subset of this, I think. Yeah, we're only using the name and the date. So where do we put this? We don't want to call it, well, we don't want to call it exactly Twitch Helix Decode. Now, if I start collapsing things that are in the same namespace into Helix, it could get a little awkward. Let's start with a single module and see how soon we actually have to separate things to get for name collisions. Oh, so first of all, that's in the root directory, not. What project was this? No, this is stream credits. There it is. Not source. We did have a Twitch here. Oh yeah, TM the chat library that never got fully generalized. What would I call that then? Just Twitch Proto? You see, it's not going to be happening until we have something to expose. Well, what we're going to be exposing right now. Let's see, the things we need for the prototype. Are, what was it, from name and followed at. And if we're doing this all in one, we expect this list to get much larger. You are going to have to import which.helix.decode. Are you? We haven't defined a username yet, or a user ID. Now we've got one in the app. We'll probably need that. We don't need it right now. From name is a decoder of string. Well, actually, what does this look like if I put it into pipeline format? I mean, decoder of string sort of works. Because we have field, and this can be used in either form. But But if you did do a pipeline thing, it could be a little awkward because then you have to like decode map 5 and stuff. Yep. That is not here. And of course, now I'm in the prototype, I'm retyping everything, which is what they were trying to avoid. No, we just have to fix the path. So that had its follow structure. Let's not deal with data just yet. So in our actual call, we gave this a decoder. Maybe we just keep on calling this proto for now, so we keep it clear. I don't have a namespace for this unless I go make a like a local decoders module or something. To my follow. Now, the annoying thing here is I don't have, in fact, my proto modules needs to import more stuff. Or if I do, it's fully namespaced. Is it? No, it's as decode. Decode dot. This one's an easy map too, though. Oh, and then we have to deal with all of this stuff. So that is a follow, yes. If it's follows, then we have to deal with decode dot field data list of. And then this is not a function we can just pass. This probably isn't the best example because I don't think there's been any. Oh, and it hasn't been running, so it wouldn't have. Oh yeah, fetch follows. We just filter them for what we think is start of stream. All right, so that was the test suite, which we're not running right now. Okay, that compiles, so that's happy. I don't know if we're actually executing that call, though. I may have picked a bad example here. Oh, no, we need Elm Reactor for this. That's hosting clips. Oh, and I even looked at the wrong thing. Because this is the one that was sort of stable today. It's just the one we were working on earlier. We think we're going to be messing with more of that stuff in... The stream credits, hosting clips. And you didn't have a Twitch directory. Well, I guess you've just got a proto now. You go back. And then I don't even know if you've got follows the thing. You probably don't. What are you? Okay. User clip. And these are cases where probably also user.login, user.id, user.login. Yeah, so there's that. There is broadcaster, user ID, user display name. And did you have self? You have a self, you have a fetch self. Which comes back on user. So you are just a base module now. And this is the thing we actually do need to get going here. All right, and we have to get all the arguments set up again. Do we? Oh, yeah, I guess so. And okay. Hosting clips. So fetch self. So actually, we don't necessarily have a my. We have a my clip. We have a my host, which just went to a user ID. Which I guess that would be a pretty straightforward decoder. So in the library. No, this is a Kraken. Now, it's simple enough, you almost don't need the separate decoders, but the entire library is going to be in that style. I think this is not going to be a good example, because we're looking at, you needed a couple of fields out of something. Being able to make that nice would be nice, but clip and user are probably more realistic examples. However, we have not previously done a translation on users. Fetch user by ID, so yeah, helix.users. And probably all we need out of any of these, we need login in some cases, and this app is probably fine pulling out 3 fields and not always using them. Actually, there's going to be a JSON.decode.decoder. We'd must be doing decode of. Now you see, I don't have a user type. Because I've just been using the base one. So you are going to have an ID, which we have a local user ID here. You are going to have a login, and these are just going to be strings. All right, do I have a compiler going for you? Hosting clips. Okay, so it's already unhappy. Rainy! Thank you for your subscription. Is that right? Is that supposed to say September? I'm not sure I've been paying attention to the durations on these. Oh, yep, they subscribe. The other alert says subscribe for 6 months. Well, thank you. Even though it seems like our schedules have gotten kind of awkward. It's a secret conspiracy to keep me from accumulating channel points. Okay, so you are of a list user at the top level. Which is a nothing. Oh boy. So this was the thing where we had to go, and we need to work on making this nice. Decode.field data list of maybe that'll work, maybe it won't. Decode.succeed user. I know that's for the wrap. This is a relatively simple one. And we were playing with Proto, which doesn't need these fields right now. So this it would eventually be user.id. So I think this is why I needed to namespace it. And there's that user ID that we never end up using. You should be called a user ID, even though we can't do a whole lot with that, without making it really awkward to use. And now is it display name? Yeah, and this one actually is display name. I don't think I've imported that yet. I don't know if I actually want to call that anything yet. Proto.id. And it is a users at this point. Nothing in the decoder only pulls out one. There might be ways to force that, but it's probably easier to just deal with it there. Oops. Okay, yeah, parenthesis. We left out... we never put JSON decode into there. File defines multiple user. Yeah, that's awkward. What are we using this for now? Login user ID. So this is also, it's broadcaster. So this is our user ourself. Or where do we... which one do we use this for? That's a user, and that's a user. Oh, here's this thing again. But this does not have the subscription requirement, so it is potentially usable for somebody else. So this is basically the self message. Which I don't think we have a self here. With reference to the clips you're showing, I guess that could work. Decode users and tag it. Fetch user by ID and tag it. Oh, there actually is a fetch self, which goes back on there. Decode.decoder. Do we not do JSON.decode here? Oh. But we didn't alias it. Do we do any other things as decode? We did not shorthand them, no. So this would eventually want to end up in a different module. We don't have to do this. Now, this is going to change all our types of things. Okay, so this is not sufficient. Oh, no. That might be sufficient. But this comes back to the really explicit things. The argument is a list helix user. This, it knows the structure of that. So I've only changed this in one place, but they're all coming back on the same message, so we have to update all of them. Did I? Oh, fetch broadcaster by ID. Well, no, this one comes back in a different message, so it can stay there for now. All right, and then self comes back as this. Might be the only place we have to mention the type. You're probably decode users, aren't you? Yes. Because isn't that what it does? Okay. Okay, so it got that name. Well, actually, that name was there. Do we actually? So this might have to be a... Oop. Okay, well, we want some of these. Okay, so that jumped ahead to there. Maybe we just got that sooner. Oh, okay, so the loop lost us our show clip equals false and host limit equals 2. Oh, show clips. So I don't know if I'm actually making those calls. Although we didn't have any errors when we were going through the other stuff. I guess I actually am going to be doing the clips, but... well, no, because we're caching those as well. All right, so what do we want this to look like? We kind of want to say, this is the only thing you need to provide. And that's an easy drop into here. But this is often how I do my decoders. And this is actually going to look exactly the same for all datas. It might make sense to have that be a generic thing. So we could do a generic version of this, like so, for a type, given, now you should have JSON decode, so that gets rid of all this stuff. And then you are a decoder of A to a decoder a list of A. Maybe I keep that data internal. And we say that this is going to be and what we actually expose is it's still an A because we don't know what the user is going to provide, or the library user. Hello, how's it going? And then I want to say, do we expose this? Yes, we expose this. That decode users would just be a proto.user of decode user. User, decoder user. Okay, so that checks. The only other thing I could, if I could arrange to do a pipeline version of this, then maybe you could have this down to one thing. But no, a pipeline wouldn't work. We have to have a function that we can apply on each iteration. And I think just about everything in the API is a list. But if we keep with individual methods, then we can change that on a case-by-case basis as needed. All right, and let's see. For using this, we do have the broadcaster. And technically, I could decode separate things here. User.id, user.displayname, because we don't use all of the fields in any one call, I don't think. Decoder users again. All right, and then that decode users. If you put the type definitions, oh no, we've got a decode method here. And if you do pipeline form, then you're going to have to do the, is it map 2? Yeah. I guess I could provide a version of it that maybe wrapped up this much stuff. You'd still have to do and I could wrap up succeed. To say pipeline preferred. That would make it not too. It's like this, we kind of add a lot of stuff. Now, I'm forgetting exactly how all this translates. Because maybe if you were wrapping this up in a function, you wouldn't necessarily do the map 2 thing of an operator. Well, no, we've got a thing flung through the decoder and we've got menu field, so it probably still ends up being something like that. Oh no, actually, yeah, I originally put a function definition in here and I was like, oh, that's just this operator, huh? So the use cases for this are probably going to be pulling out a small number of fields. Now, actually, one thing I don't know, there's the pipeline library, which I've never wanted to use a library for that, for things I could pretty easily define myself if I cared to. I don't know if it would work with that. Yeah, because they do like required and optional. And hard-coded. So these are straight-up decoders. Now, one of the things I might want to do is put out, you know, some little helper functions for types that appear in the decoders. Actually, this is probably JSON decode. Oh no, JSON decode is decode. So they use a standard decode succeed there. So even that's fine. But if you wanted to use this, it would not be compatible with this format. But I'm basically replacing these statements so it ends up looking just like this. I'm just wondering if it's worth wrapping this. Well, if I forced it into decode format, which I don't know if I want to expose all the names for both. So the direct translation of that, well, the direct translation locally is json.decode.succeed with all the stuff. And do I even want to type all this out before switching it? So that will not work. So that actually changes the signature of these. And it might change it in inconvenient ways. No, I almost want to be doing the helper function. So that is a function of what? Well, it'll probably tell me. The map2 call produces a decoder of string to value to a decoder value. So user is going to be a value that's flowing through. It's going to be a function that takes one more argument and becomes a little bit more complete. I wonder if value is a stand-in thing. Or is it specifically value? Succeeded. Okay, so that's wrong. And we're going to type errors once it gets through this. Oh, maybe it was just too many C's. Yeah, so that's... Now that's unhappy. So these do become like awkwarder signatures for all these. No, but you actually are just a string. I'm a little bit torn on this design-wise. Because it enforces the pipelining on whoever's using it. You you could still use it in any standard decoder scenario with them as just bare decoders. So this looks a lot nicer as an example and just in use. But it's going to be a lot harder to riff on. Or just, take a field and stick it into a standard decoder somewhere. So that gives us this is decoder to decoder, a decoder that has a function flowing through it. And a thing that decodes the function, which we just said succeed, so it's decoded. So you could just put identity in there, but it would be kind of an extra little thing you'd have to do. Oh, and furthermore, it would have to be a decoder of identity. So this all started with a bunch of separate in-app things that were either maps or pipeline chains of this form, just with fewer fields because we weren't using everything. Then I broadened it to say, okay, well, if we publish it as a library, we have to support every field. I'm going to kind of end up where every app does have a decoder for everything it's using. What we've centralized will be the field names and types, and there's the duration type that's especially hairy. But I will be writing decoders. And if I was writing straight up decoders, I would be making decisions about how they're used. Well, I was wondering if I could wrap up the decoder stuff. But of course, that just obscures it and makes it harder to riff on. Like I could wrap up JSON to decode to succeed. But then it would not be obvious to a user of the library that that's all it was. Even proto.user is a pretty thin wrapper, but it does embody the knowledge that that it's an array and a data, which is kind of an API specific detail. And maybe that should be proto.users. Okay, there are still things off. Oh, because we also exported it. So I might be better off doing the minimal stuff here. And for the simple case of map 3, that it is actually kind of is less. You have to be decoder's user ID, so it shows up, just shows up nicer in docs and such. I guess I don't technically need the parentheses here, it would just, we're copying stuff around. So then this app could conceivably still use its own little decoder package. I guess we've only got, what, decode 3, and then the references to these decoders. We're no longer making as many references in the decode library. Or maybe we continue building out the prototype a little bit. So we do a helix. Well, we're also going to have Kraken dot. Helix.clips. And do I have a myclip? I do have a myclip. So we've already got our clip definition, which is going to look an awful lot like this. Now, we had some stuff here in our conversion, so that might be a little bit more interesting. Now, myclip is in a little bit of a different place in the processing step here. Okay, we did do that. This is awfully darn trivial, though. You could kind of inline that. Although I guess the JSON versions of that were pretty trivial too. So in this case, clip is defined elsewhere. Our local user, we'd eventually want to move that definition around. Now this is the case we'd probably want to pipeline it here. That would be pushing the map ends at best. Now you see, we've typed this as a user ID. So we probably eventually need to namespace this. Redcaster ID. Duration is one of the interesting ones. Although in this case, yeah, this is our duration, which we don't actually get from the clip. So in a JSON.decode sense, if we're now in a plain old decoder, that's a succeed. This is going to be pipelined. So without adding a helper, nope. So usually I set this up where I'm kind of copying one line to the next. It doesn't end up being quite so awkward. All right, succeed. Thumbnail URL. And then this one we had done some other stuff to. Oh, that is thumbnail URL. Admittedly, this format does have the names of the fields. So you were tracking the process, the progress through this whole thing. And we do have to do a string replace and adjust. So is that a JSON decode map? Yeah, of the value. So you almost might want your own little helper. Now, I think thumbnail URL, do we ever use it as a local variable? Technically, you're a maybe. So you would be a proto.thumbnail with a json.decode.map. So that had the actual value, which means something like that. And then whether we need a thing on the first entry depends on whether we've commented these out. It's like we don't need you unless we have that. All right, and then none of these fields exist. So user ID, this would technically be a clip ID, except we don't have a separate ID field because we haven't done namespaces yet. And having all the separate modules, I'm almost slightly dreading that. All right, so these are pretty much all strings. Oh, and you're not going to be users. That all needs to be organized differently. All right, clips. So it is indeed, oh, right, they have different spacing, but otherwise they're pretty much just the same name. So we want embed URL, embed URL, broadcaster ID, which would ideally be a user ID. And thumbnail URL, which is not a user ID. That is a mistype. Succeed value is map 2. There's in parentheses before because nothing else had an argument. Now, I've done so much caching here. I don't know if we're making any actual requests. And there's hosts. Of course, that reset the timer. You can always just clear storage for our local host here. Let's host again, and we already cached that. Memory? Storage? Okay, so we actually set something up when we logged in here. Yeah, see, we've got all this stuff on. So that's going to get lost when we log in. So that's an interesting little scenario. I don't know why that happened. We need to... Okay, so that's all the background stuff. Users, hosts. So that's all from the iframe. There's hosts. Oh. Maybe we did break something. Maybe I've been ignoring my errors. Yeah, now you see this had to do with the whole empty state. So, for the time being, default to false, and actually default to false probably does it. Oh, but if this says else true. All right, so log out, storage, I think I deleted anything else. Also, I didn't log out. I guess I didn't do this. Okay, so we did do a clip fetch. Hasn't written anything to storage. So do we think we've gotten clips? Oh. Okay, so first of all, I wrote a decode clips. I don't think I ever used it. So this shouldn't have actually changed anything. So first of all, why is this broken? Yep. So this is our old version. Still nothing there. Oh no, actually, no, if we reset, it should have had to fetch mine at least. But now I can't reset again. Yeah. So maybe this is actually a host issue? Okay, we got IDs. Subscriptions, subscribe to loaded JSON. That probably kicks off a lot of stuff. Yeah, resolve loaded. Or do we not do all of the things we should be doing if we don't successfully load any state? Do we have our scripts in here? No. Oh, no, what we do. Okay. So, debugger's busted. Okay, so we got nothing from there. What do we depend? I guess kicking the process off is local storage triggers, so it doesn't really handle. But normally that would happen when you logged in. Does the app get anything? If you don't get loaded? Because I think it's going to try to decode that. And this is going to say, that's nothing. Let's resolve loaded. Loaded JSON. Local storage decode error. We should have gotten that if it was an issue. Oh, we've got weird indentation here. Fabulous. Okay, we're not even getting... Oh, maybe Elm doesn't send the null. We do have it as a maybe string. Oh, but it's a maybe and then. But the only thing, it is to a maybe. Maybe A. Am I doing something? So yeah, it would not go through here. Loaded JSON, loaded, should be a maybe. Yeah, maybe persist. Case of nothing. So you might still need to do some stuff. Yeah, no state, okay. So one of those two things should happen. Do we want to resolve loaded? Is this only stuff that's in the model? Well, user ID we might already have. Model auth user ID we might have. Otherwise, fetch our self clips. Okay. We had put some stuff there. We in fact fetched some things. Any other bug stuff? We've got the hosts. And is this coming from our index? Yes. Okay, that gets rid of all the spam. Now, we were doing a new set of decoders. And still bugged. Okay, so that was that. I think it's the only instance of that. And then helix.clip. Okay, well my clip goes away. So this, do we do anything else with that? This is just becomes clips. Now, do we actually fetch anything? Yeah, we weren't outputting anything, but we did fetch, and we're displaying something. I guess I didn't really check that we got all of our decoder fields right. Well, got that. Broadcaster, duration, not yet. Embed URL, ID, URL, video URL. Seems to be doing okay. So that would then go away. And then my host is like super trivial. But for our purposes, it would look something like, that would just be that one field. Probably. Okay, no complaints from the compiler. So it would not be a my host per se. It would be fetch hosts. It's just a string, so there's no record to define. Actually, we don't need the pipeline format for this. Yeah, but there is the individual items. List user ID. Oop, that was too much. Yep, and we changed something. User ID, is this just proto.host ID, in which case we don't even really need this individual thing. Okay, and then decode hosts. Now that came back as hosts. Oh, they came back there. Oh, oops, we copied that somewhere. List of user ID. That's not Twitch hosts. This is exactly that. Ah. Oh, this is Kraken. It's not necessarily into the same. And we just set this up. No. Kraken decode. Yep. So now, having the individual names for those comes in handy. Because where's our data? This all needs to get cleaned up and organized. Because now host is not just data, it is field hosts. Okay, so we're going to have a few, well, the ID ones almost aren't collisions because we're just representing everything as strings without having an opinion on what Twitch can use for their IDs. And if these are just plain old decoders, you could swap in a string decoder as you like. Or yeah, int decoder. So probably for this might be good enough. I don't know if I'd move this file per se. It's kind of a grab bag right now. I could try out transforming the proto into more of a namespaced thing just to see how that feels. But I'm going to take a little break first. One thing I miss. Oh. Windows. What is up with the bloody pop under dialogues? I've been fighting this for like a minute. It's because I can't see the bloody dialogue?
Maybe we're not going to bed right away. Good job, Pan. Good job.
Help me. Come closer. I don't really want to. I don't want to come closer. Oh! Oh shit. Okay, well that was scary. Oh my god.
What? How did he not die from that? He was literally getting hit. And he just stopped getting hit.
It's super small, but
Welcome back. So we've got this thing as a big old blob. All right, so you were the other app that we're going to leave alone for now. We've got source. So we think this will eventually be some kind of like Twitch Helix. Well, although some of it will be Twitch Kraken. Technically. Maybe we file it under like proto and then whatever. So I kind of don't like the fact we're getting module explosion here. And as I end up building this out, we're going to have to deal with where do we put like common definitions for things like parsing a user ID in all of its variations. And okay, so proto helix, and then this is going to be individual files, which we're just going to be grab bagging stuff out of here. Source, don't forget that. Proto Helix, and then we're going to have like user.elm. Display name. Yeah, so data is one of the things that kind of becomes a common feature. User ID, that was for follows. Although it's trivial enough, maybe you just define that for each one. So we are going to have some common definitions. And if we're defining things like, oh, we're going to have like user ID is just a string. Maybe that would go there. Now, what I was doing before was all kind of glomming everything together into Helix, which was really convenient for typing things out. But I think we have to have at least like helix.user. proto.helix.user as helix.user. So first of all, does that work? You cannot do dotted imports. Can I do proto.helix as helix? Yes, but what does it look like when I do that then? Because I want to say helix.users or helix.user. So the only way to do this is we have to do you as Helix users. And maybe it should be users. Not super crazy about that. But the whole point of, I mean, we have all these individual field names, and some of those are going to collide, so you can't just mush it all into one space like we had before. And I guess you could call it like Twitch user or something. But maybe if you were bridging APIs, you'd need to talk about them separately. I mean, you could import it as just user, I guess. I don't think that would necessarily conflict with anything else. It wouldn't really specify where it's coming from. Yeah, if you had Kraken user and Helix user, then those would all get mushed up. I've never tried to do that before. Now, I guess Elm does have the advice, don't necessarily make things in lots of different files. The other way to do this would be to expose a record of decoders. Which, I'm not sure I like that. That record would have a really ugly signature. Maybe you can just wing it. Because we know they're all going to be decoder of X. So proto at this point is still just called proto, still has that. That would be proto.user, which is a little bit weird from a conventional Elm standpoint. This might actually be a good thing to like bounce off the Elm discourse or something. Because I have my sense of the aesthetics of it. And nothing I've tried is like really great. But we've got the module mapping thing. We've got, let's see, the records of decoders could all be done in one module. So you'd keep the current big file structure. I guess that's as verbose as like Helix user or something. That big symbol just feels a little awkward. If you knew you were only dealing with one API, you could just do it as user. Or maybe, you see, I've been putting everything in app just to prototype this. If I often do decoders in a separate module so I can import JSON decode stuff. In a similar manner, you could perhaps have your decoder module, import Twitch Helix user as user. And if you needed to bridge two things, you could do user and Kraken user or whatever until you could fully switch it over. that might make it not too bad. Because, I mean, JSON decode is just as verbose as what we're talking about here. So that's already kind of the paradigm of that is, well, JSON is package name submodule. We could already do something to the effect of the one word like Helix user or something. You know, just Twitch, blah. But I started namespacing things specifically because we've had API changes over time. If we just started Twitch user, then, well, if that was Kraken, going into Helix would be a problem. So I think that might throw it. We do the big long names. And as with JSON decode, if you don't like it, you can import that into you if you want to. Or locally into something like user. So would that work within the context of what we've got here? Given that we've got other things that, like, you know, we've got a record named user and such. First of all, does that work? Okay. It might still be worth throwing this off discourse, but I don't think it's going to be a blocker. Because we've got a workable strategy. This becomes a little bit of an awkward name. User.users. Users.response. Since we're going to kind of have it namespaced. I mean, user.data in Helix land. That might make sense. That's legacy. This is broadcaster subscriptions, but example response. And then actually that might just be a common name. I was doing that because it's all in one package. You need to have individual things. But if it's namespaced, this could just be response, and that's what we share around. Or rather, we could have a shared one that covers most things. All right, so does it extend? Source, proto, helix. Let's see, the follows were a bit of a dead end. We had... Now you see, I did user, so that would make it clip. Actually, maybe we should follow the language of... Now you see, they call these various endpoints, like ads analytics. Well, there's multiple get analytics, get extension analytics, get game analytics. And you see in Twitch parlance, they're generally using plural for the modules. Well, there's not hype trains. Moderation is not search, streams, tags, users is the, well, these are going to be ooh. Well, some of these are actions. A lot of these are actions, actually. This would be like user extension. So I guess the real question is, what does that look like? User can rename it. What does that look like here? Yeah, because user.id reads better than users.id. Now, user's response would read better. Proto Helix. All right, none of this, none of that. Oh, I guess we were lazy about the ID field. That should have a better type. And you, right, which should really be a clip ID. Here, da, 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 da. This is a response. And we were saying we could do clip ID. I guess it is still a decoder of clip ID. Just not in the field. All right, and we threw that out of Proto. Data becomes response. Broadcaster ID, thumbnail URL. This is part of something else. Decode clips. See, so that's our clip. This is clip.response. Distant decode succeed. Map to. I mean, I never considered if I want to do helpers for that. Nothing. Decode thumbnail. No special types there. Proto.helix.clip. Okay, this is a typo, which module clip. Clip. Oh, right. Proto.helix.clip. We left a user ID. Oh. We should eventually have a common types for this somewhere. And I guess that's another thing to prototype. How do we put that? How do we share them? And then if there was a user ID decoder, we would use it there. And the other bits of this. Yes, edit source, proto, helix. This is technically, this would be Kraken. I guess this is a good thing to have in the prototype. Okay, so you actually only had one field that we'd really worked with so far. It's a host ID, so it's going to be a user ID, which this module wouldn't expose. Okay, and we would have the user ID helper in there. Yep, no, there's an import. So it's going to make for a much larger import list. That's a little bit annoying. The big Helix namespace was much more concise. Oh, I left it as Helix. Response. Okay, now I think we can drop this. Yeah. Well, the other way to do it would be to actually have, and of course now I've just deleted the common file. You would do it like, user ID, user login, user display name, and then it could all exist in one thing. At that point, you almost might get into something like, which is not standard Elm style. I think the standard Elm style is to actually, if you're trying to avoid name collisions, you use a different module. So for instance, Elm UI will do like, I think the basic element has color. And then you'll have like font.color and background.color, and those are all different modules. Now, this is a decoder. We don't actually have any real type strength here. You could use user.id to decode a clip.id and so forth. And technically, you could use user login. Well, no, because it's field names. So only where the field name was the same. But they're all strings, so it will basically work. But I haven't really wanted to do all the toString and from strings that would be necessary to wrap hard types around those. And that's something that you could do in your individual application as desired. So now where do we put some of these common things? Do we put it in, well, I was thinking that the things currently in like helix.send might move into a submodule. And then it would probably end up being safe to collapse that into Helix if you still want the helix.send. So do we do Helix as the common types, or do we have like a Helix types? See, LMUI had, well, LMUI basically was element, right? And it actually was the base thing. Yeah, so actually element is just the package. Which, if you want to do a chemistry package talking about physical elements, it could get awkward. You know, we're not actually running this right now. It's just sitting there checking hosts. I guess that Helix would be a reasonable place to have things like user ID and stuff. Right, we were just kind of messing around there. So if we had... I guess we're going to grab some of these things. Then you're going to expose user ID because it has to be used by other modules in the package. And then you would have like clip ID. Does that one ever get used anywhere besides the clip package? It might be nice to have all of these sort of common types there, but I don't know if anybody else would be using it. And then user would not expose that. It would import proto.helix. Would just be an exposing star. It's going to be like all the common stuff that we use internally. Oh, now you see, you would probably have response. And what if the exposed response wasn't the generic one? Maybe this would just import as Helix, then you could do like Helix response. It'd be a little bit extra typing on like things like that. And hosting clips, well, now we have a little bit of inconvenience. Maybe you don't have a common module because you're only one thing. Maybe we call it the generic one data. It's a pretty generic term in general. Or we could just leave it as individual decoders. Which leaves open the possibility that this, well, all of my current decoders leave open the possibility of these misspelled data. There's no change there. Oh, and then there's the question of, do we still have the attempt to decode everything? Because we've got the sample data, which I guess would go into the individual module. And maybe I would redefine the structure in terms of these individual parts. That would give me a real easy way to test stuff. Or I just take the actual response and run the individual decoders on that. Make sure they decode something. That would give better error isolation. All right, was there anything else in here? My host, which is now, would be defunct if we move forward with this. What's left from straight up helix dot? Well, we've got prototype dot helix, which we're mostly aliased out. We got helix send. Oh, no, that is where that is currently. It is helix decode that has maybe been... Yep, so this is actually how little is in one application. Which is part of the inspiration for being able to say that we can trim things out in a definition by definition level. And then that'll probably end up being like helix.request or something. So that we don't have the HTTP dependency in all the decoder modules. And actually, you probably go away too. So for this app, that's not too bad. Right now I'm wondering how far I should push the prototype with the different, all the different applications. I guess the good news is that we're mostly defining new modules. The one place it gets awkward is at the top level here, where we're saying, okay, that's going to be our common base. So if we put up with the temporary HTTP dependency, send and Twitch headers aren't going to collide with anything. Maybe it wouldn't like some of these names, these local symbols colliding with. Those are mostly going to be in the subdecoders. So we might be able to let that slide for a while, or just have. Yeah. We make the request module, re-import it into here for now, and then just expose send. And when everything's done, we just have to switch that over. Or we switch it over in the individual apps. But that does kind of become a breaking change, I guess, is the issue. Now, is this something? So we kind of exposed users there. We've got these big explicit JSON decodes for having it at top level. Is there enough here to do our version of what originally became the Twitch library? Certainly those map 2s are annoying. And would we even need all the individual decoder things then at this level? Do you have persist decode? Decode, exposing. Now, this will give us a namespacing for those. So we had what? Users, clips, and hosts. So I know Proto had this line. And that's going to end up using all our Twitch decoder stuff. And let's see, your persist.decode. So that was used, actually, these are actually used pretty rarely too, when you get down to it. Now, that was JSON decodes. There's actually not going to comply. And sometimes I do end up merging those together. So it's not importable. Maybe it's looking for actual code. You know, something to actually compile. Of course, we don't have the rest of these just yet. Oh, in this case, we did define the user type here. That could be... This is going to have to import some persist stuff, though. And that's going to drop those definitions out of the main file. And then user ID... Did I end up putting that in persist? Yes, I did. Oh, but user will end up being defined here. But we're going to need persist for the other stuff. And actually, I could, you know what, I could be using this user ID. And they should be compatible. And then the main app. Oh, right. You don't. For the types, we have to go back to you. And if we did a direct reference, then it would just be Helix. Drop that. All right, so we dropped our user definition. This re-exposed it. So decode. And this is going to be, we're going to use this as our internal user type here. All right, decode users. Decoder users. Oh, there are multiple instances of that. Oop, there's lots of instances of that. Okay, so that's able to come over. Decode clips. And this is where we do need import persist exposing. Clip, and then you have to expose clips, and then we renamed these. Oh, and I can do a bunch of internal renaming too. And then decode clip. Oh, missed one. Decode thumbnail. Okay, that was part of this. Oh, do I still have? No, that's something else. Okay, so you're good, and decode hosts was... This is almost only useful just to keep everything together with our host import. And just decoders in general. And then this stuff should all drop out. Yeah, I wasn't alpha ordering these things before. Okay, and then this stuff, a lot of this stuff can simplify. Oh, we was able to get the space after JSON did decode. And count that as a dot. Actually, I guess it's a little bit more concise to do this user ID. It's all aliases, so that's a little bit fast and loose. So this has comparable numbers of imports. We've got a much tighter user type, and we could even tighten this down farther for each application, but that might be a little bit much. So I kind of want to do some prototype work on all the other applications. I don't know if those should necessarily be in-app prototypes like that. That's what we're looking at, what the namespacing for this looks like if we do put it into the Twitch library and try to start building things out. That might be enough of a shift to be a thing we put off till next time. It's going to be kind of the same work, but we're going to be moving over into Twitch library. I guess I'm not sure that I want to start with the prototypes or try to do some kind of bulk change on the actual current library stuff, because that has a list of all the fields, complete with the strings that have been working. But that might be where we want to be setting up tests for everything. Well, before the test was it decodes. It decodes the stored response. Oh, I was debating if I wanted to, if you need a method for that. I guess the main thing is that we get rid of the reference to the underlying library. You no longer need the user reference. All right, that's enough. Yeah, I shut down the credits. I did get an interim version of that up, so I should probably publish it for use in the meantime. That's the one without hosts. Let's see if anything's going on. Toggle tile. That's what I'm usually on. So I went late today. I didn't have to go grocery shopping or anything. And we're kind of making some progress. This might be something I want to work on during the week. We'll see. Let's see, that's game development. All right, well, I'm not sure what this is. Yeah, I'm not actually sure what he works on most of the time. But Kenji Code's working on toggling some tiles.
And we gotta go.
Yep. And very loudly. So volume warning. But interesting, seems to be a person who gets some interesting conversations going on sometime. And let someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out. Me, and goodbye and until next time.